Hello all, it's James Johnson, aka Sulphurblade. Welcome back to my channel, welcome back to my content, and welcome to Hollywood Animals. I am not sure if I played the demo on this channel or not. I think I might have. However, I quite enjoyed the demo, and this game has recently released. I've been playing this a bit. Actually, when I start up this game for you guys, this will be my third game going into Hollywood Animals. And I'm glad I didn't record my very first game, or my second game for that matter, as this game, how do I want to say this? I want to say that it's kind of made some of the same bad choices that I believe Arms Trader Tycoon Tanks has made, and that is to appeal to some of the more hardcore tycoon individuals, as I don't believe this was necessarily a tycoon game. Just like Arms Trade Tycoon, it says it in the name, Tanks, I didn't necessarily feel, from the demo point of view, was necessarily a tycoon game. I felt that that Arms Trade Tycoon Tanks, in the path that it's decided to take, limits its creativity, and the attempt to make it a hardcore tycoon game has really narrowed what was a very interesting game with a lot of cool creativity, narrowed it down to a game that's less enjoyable, far less enjoyable actually. I think Hollywood Animals has done kind of the same steps. I think they have attempted to turn this more, there's a lot of RPG elements in this game, and I think the RPG elements of this game is what make it shine. However, with there's definitely a management side to this game that is great. I like management in games, but this one is a little bit on the stringent side. I'm not sure if they did it on purpose. It might just be that they haven't got it balanced out yet, but they released it. And since it's released, well, I can criticize it, right? Release, you typically want to have your game in balance before release. Balancing is something you typically attempt to do before you release something, not after you release it. So I think it's perfectly fair for me to complain about the game's current balance. Anyway, let's jump in. We're going to be starting a new run through of a game I do think is a good game. So don't get me wrong. I enjoy this game more than I do Arms Trade Tycoon Tanks, that's for sure. I think there's going to be, hopefully this playthrough will allow you to not make mistakes that I made the first couple of times, and I will point these out as I'm doing them. So if you're watching me, hopefully I can help you get your movie theater or your movie industry off the ground without going broke too rapidly. But mind you, I'm no expert on the game as of yet. I would say I'm above average right now, and that's on the earlier stages of the game. The advent of talkies herald the golden age of Hollywood, and life gives way to cinema. Film companies fiercely compete for market and influence, and the strong devour the weak. You purchased a bankrupt studio to build a new business on its ruins. Alright, I like to go with the elephant, and we're going to name this J. Johnson Films. Alright, so these are our starting executives. We're going to fire them as soon as possible. We can pick any one of these movies. It doesn't really matter which one we pick. They're all going to perform similarly, from what I can tell. Alright, so we got Limp and Luke here. Luke Ford lived in a dusty town in the Wild West. He was a kind man, and he had a good head on his shoulders. And he was a fine shooter. Luke dreamt of chasing outlaws, searching for treasure, just like his father, the legendary bounty hunter, Logan Ford. But there was one problem. Luke had been born with a bad leg and couldn't sit long in the saddle. So Luke set aside his dreams of adventure to stand behind the counter of a grocery store, which he inherited from his late mother. So here's Luke Ford. It's played by Joe Duvall. So the protagonist of the movie is a cowboy, which was Joe Duvall. There was a time when the name Logan Ford was on everyone's lips. Together with his partner, Rufus Green, he hunted down dozens of robbers and murderers, even Rotten Sam, the most dangerous outlaw in the Wild West. But after the birth of his son, Luke, Logan suddenly disappeared. Of course, my father abandoned me. Why would a hero even bother with his cripple? Luke thought. I'm just a pathetic little joke. I'll never be as great as him. So, protagonist believes his father abandoned him because of his bum leg. But then one day Luke received a mysterious letter. Son, I don't have long. By the time you read this, I'll already be dead. This map will lead you to a 1,000-year-old oak tree. I buried a chest filled with every bounty I collected in my life. Your father, Logan Ford. Luke's heart beat faster. Time to hit the road. But how do I get to the place on the map? If I can't even ride for 5 minutes. The boy was scared. He needed help. So the theme of the movie is a treasure hunt. Supporting character, the mentor. And who better to turn to than Rufus Green, Logan's former partner. You look just like your father when he was your age, croaked Rufus, when Luke appeared at his door. I retired a long time ago, but I haven't drunk away all my sense yet. Of course I'll help you. Rufus developed a miraculous training campaign, and within the week, Luke was a changed man, so confident in the saddle, he felt like he'd been on a horse his whole life. So the antagonist, the bad guy, the bandit. His father was already dead when Luke set off. His old enemy, Rotten Sam, had finally managed to track Logan down and set an ambush with his gang of henchmen. Wounded in the gut, Logan hid in a small hotel on the outskirts of town. The day of his death, he drew a map and dictated the letter for his son to the innkeeper. Rotten Sam tracked Logan to his final refuge and tortured the innkeeper for the location of the 1,000-year-old oak. So, there's going to be a shootout. When Luke found the oak, Rotten Sam and his henchmen were already lifting Logan's chest from the hull. The air shook with sounds of gunshots. Luke fired so accurately and held on so tight in the saddle the bandits didn't stand a chance. Only Rotten Sam himself was able to escape. When the smoke cleared, Luke saw the outlaw galloping for the horizon, carrying the gold from the chest. Luke turned to the open chest and found a battered little book bound in leather, his father's diary. Luke read an entry written 20 years ago. Rotten Sam has escaped from prison, and he'll surely seek revenge. My family is in danger. For their sake, I must disappear. I hope one day they can forgive me. Protagonist overcomes self-doubt. Luke's tears fell into the pages of the diary. Father just wanted to protect me. He never thought of me as limp-footed nobody. Luke finally believed in himself and resolved to become the bravest cowboy in the Wild West in memory of his father. So he found his treasure and learned that his dad didn't abandon him. He was protecting him. Alright, so that's the movie in general. Not too bad, right? 7.9 here for the commercial appeal. This is how much the fans want to watch. And over here on this side is the critics score. And we know how critics and fans can likely not see eye to eye on things. This shows the movie artistic appeal. The higher it is, the more recognition it can expect from sophisticated audiences. Alright, Joe Hughes. A film's commercial or artistic appeal may change after each step of the development. The film, Limp and Luke, received these ratings after work on the script was completed. The screenwriter, Joe Hughes, prefers to resolve conflict through fighting and shootouts rather than dialogue. Drawing on his experience and talent, the writer breathed excitement and spectacle into a simple story of a vulnerable boy rising to become a fearless Western hero. The story elements came together to form a coherent whole. So this is what happened in pre-production. The things went up. After pre-production, the film's rating rose even higher. Casting famous actors is the surest way to boost commercial and artistic appeal. But other factors also influence the rating, including quality scenery and modern equipment. After the production phase, the film's commercial appeal declined. The lead actor became seriously ill and couldn't ride a horse or perform his own stunts. However, the film's artistic appeal grew. Joe Duvall tried to make up for his film's lack of spectacle with subtle acting. Meanwhile, a plague of production problems lengthened the schedule. Unfortunately, the actor passed away after finishing his work on the film. You're going to note that while we might have read this well-written concept of how the artistic appeal went up here in this situation, that this situation almost never happens in the game. If commercial goes down, artistic goes down pretty much 99% of the time. Rarely, if ever, do you ever see a situation where the artistic goes up and the other one goes down. It almost never happens in the game. This is the one exception to that rule. So the budget for the film was $431,000. This is how much money the studio has spent on the picture. This isn't the final budget, as work on the film is not yet complete. This is how the creators of Limp and Luke imagine their potential audience. When you start shooting your own pictures, you'll identify your own audiences. Limp and Luke is a shootout, a story of revenge, but also a touching story about the relationship between father and son. Its dynamic storytelling and spectacular scenes will interest men of all ages. Time to send the footage to post-production to complete the film. Alright, we gotta click on these things. So, Emma Barry is our best editor we have, and this film is going to be one of the better films we're going to produce. It might be the best film we're going to produce for several years. And Louis Murphy is the best composer we currently have. And neither of them are really that great, so they're going to bring down the quality a little bit. We are going to grab the best possible options that are currently available because, again, this is a good movie that is going to make us a fair amount of money. So we want to make sure that we have the best possible stuff selected going into the post-production. Alright, so this is the tutorial if you haven't noticed. Okay, so you've planned out post-production, but until you assign a department head, you won't be able to get things moving. To hire new employees, first appoint an executive to head the HR department. So, this guy needs to get fired, this woman needs to get fired, and this guy needs to get fired, but we can't fire him as of yet. Now, one thing that's very key to this game is people are expensive. All of these costs for people that you have in the game, they add up. If you're going to have any chance of success early on, you need to keep these costs down. So 99.9% of the time, always pick the cheapest person. There are a couple of things to consider here. And here we have seniority. Seniority is basically going to be how fast you can work on upgrades. This guy, because he's got seniority of 1 year, only has 1% upgrade speed. Both these guys have 3%. This guy's, however, cheaper, and he has 3% seniority. So he's kind of like the obvious pick, right? Alright, so he's been picked. These red things are research places where you assign research. However, research is tied to the individual, and since we're planning to fire him and fire her and fire him, we don't want to queue up research on them because the moment they get fired, the research will go away. Keep that in mind. So now we need to hire missing department heads, which is here. We've got Elkin Schenkel. He is the cheapest guy of the group. There is something to note that this guy here has an upgrade bonus where this department head can use money to speed up upgrades up to a maximum of 10% faster. So you might be interested in using money to speed up upgrades, or you might be interested in using influence to speed up upgrades. However, I strongly, and while these are important things that could help you out in certain situations, again, you want to keep the cost down as much as possible, so I'm going with the cheap guy. Alright. Now this department head, this guy, obviously, and he has the option even to be able to speed up with money or speed up with reputation. Plus he's cheap. All great. A little lacking in loyalty, but who cares? He's cheap. And then the final department down here. Maintenance. Obviously very cheap right here. Even has the option to speed stuff up, but again, he's cheap, so he's the winner. Alright, build a script department. So I haven't noticed that where we place things, the jigsaw puzzle, that is the placement of things, so far it hasn't mattered for most of my games. I've always had ample area on the map to place everything. I haven't had a lack of room per se, so don't get too worried about that. This particular option could be something you might want to consider strongly. That is, there is the cheap people, which is Luxta. They're cheap for a reason, because their buildings start off at 50% condition. When buildings start to get, they will take condition damage over the years. When they start getting down to around the 25 to 29% condition area, you start to not be able to do some of those things those buildings are intended to do. And then you have to repair them. Certain buildings can be a pain in the butt to repair because they're very vital buildings. And of the buildings we have, the script department may be one of the most vital buildings we have. So if there was a building I would say you probably shouldn't cheap on, it's this one. However, do you want to go totally expensive? I'm not sure about that either. I think Willis is what I'm going to end up going with on this particular building, because in the early game, money, you're going to be short of money for quite a while. It's January 29. It's going to be 4 or 5 years before you're not running on what I feel is a shoestring budget. In fact, in my test games, I oftentimes went broke. So I'm going to go with Willis because I know in my test games that come 1933, so in about 4 years, this building, if I use Luxta construction, will be inoperable, and I'll be needing to repair it at the most inopportune time imaginable. So I'm going to go with Willis to save some money over McBrien in the short term. But however, hopefully to be able to make it longer than 33 before I have to repair it. Alright, you can speed up or slow down the passage of time. Yes, you can. And in this situation, I think that's just fine. I often don't change times in most games. I'm usually content just to watch slow motion. However, in this particular situation, there's just really nothing that you're gonna... There's no things you're in danger of missing. So you might as well fast forward it at this particular juncture. Alright, Johnny Payne. I got divorced a couple of years ago and I figured I was out of chances until I met Gilda. We spent all our time together. We can't get enough of each other. But basically she interrupts him at work, and he's actually coming to me because he doesn't want to be interrupted at work. So he wants me to basically implement a way to keep Gilda from being able to come into his office, which would increase his loyalty. However, it would decrease his happiness if I did that. Honestly, I don't care about this guy. He's getting fired shortly anyway. So are you crazy? Enjoy it while you can. You're not going to be here long. Alright. Stop. Limpin' Luke is ready. Right. Popcorn meter went down. Things went down because, yeah, the film's commercial and artistic rating dropped a bit. Don't be upset. You did everything you could. Your studio still has low-level employees and technology. So Emma Berry being 3.7 stars and Lewis Murphy being 3.4 stars, they are going to be able to edit and compose basically things around 4 stars without losing too much of anything. But because this had a much higher rating, they brought the quality down because they're not really up to that level of skill yet. I'm just going to pick a poster. You get to pick one of 3 posters every time you release a movie. Alright, the release calendar displays all of the films being shown across America for the foreseeable future. The studio's previous owners already chose a release date for this film. You'll choose the release date of the next film yourself. You don't just own the studio, but a whole network of 91 cinemas. You can run your film in your cinemas for free, but that's not going to be enough to reach a wide audience. You'll have to rent other theaters if you want solid box office receipts. The studio's previous owners already arranged this and paid the film's rental cost. In the first week, the film is scheduled to be shown 7,185 times. Some 3,185 of these screenings will take place in your cinemas, leaving 4,000 screenings across other cinemas. Next time, you'll have to plan for this and pay the rental costs yourself. So this is a key feature of the game that they're explaining right now. The screenings and rentals are scheduled out 4 weeks from release. Once they expire, you can extend your rentals if you think the film can still make a profit. Okay, printing film copies. They'll start printing the film tomorrow and will be finished and ready for distribution in 5 weeks. Distribution goes out all at once when they've finished printing. I don't really understand what this is. I think it's actually the creation of the film that is put on the machine that plays the movie. That's what I think this is, but I don't really know. I don't get this much, other than I know that if I hit apply, that everything works out. Typically, a film begins promotions a few weeks before the premiere, so the advertising has time to gain momentum. The studio's previous owner already arranged the advertising campaign, but in the future, you'll decide everything yourself. Your film is being promoted by an advertising agency. It's time to tell them the audience they should target. The studio's previous owner already paid the agency for the promotion of 3 films. After that, you'll have to arrange the advertising yourself. Alright, so you remember when they talked about Limping Luke being a good movie for boys and men of all ages? Well, obviously, we should promote this for boys and men, because it's for boys and men of all ages. It's a story about a son and his father. So that's the target demographic. Audiences will soon be watching your first film. Good luck. Okay, so here we are. We're going to unpause. The Limping Luke is going to start getting ready to be released into the theater in 40 days. Enrique Crawford, head of distribution. You ask me, Limpin' Luke is a surefire hit. A farewell film by a young star. The story has a soul, but it will all go to waste unless it's released at the right moment. The studio's former owner were mindful of these things. They scheduled production carefully and chose a good window for releasing the film, right when the public would be hungry. and there was practically no competition. But when the old studio closed its doors, these parasites from Margini's Pictures decided Limp and Luke would never see the light of day. I don't know who was pulling their strings, but they convinced all of the theater owners to give them our slots. The film the Marginis are releasing instead doesn't even have a title yet, but you know what kind of slop they serve the audience. Probably something like Yesterday's Fart or Wet Armpits. The truth is on our side. We have all the documents, but a court battle would be long and pointless. We'll miss the moment, and no compensation will cover that. Instead, I suggest we use all our connections and all our influence and remind the theater owners that our agreements have to be honored. So he's got a point here. I'm pretty sure that if we spend this influence, this 50 points of influence, that Limp and Luke will probably be the #1 film of the year, or close to it. And if we don't, it's not going to perform quite as well, but it's going to be profitable. It'll probably drop to be like the 5th or 6th best film of the year, which still a top 10 film is a good film, no matter how you cut it. Basically what we're dealing with here is, do we want to spend our 50 points of influence, or do we want to not spend our 50 points of influence? Influence can be a fairly important currency going forward. It can help us speed up the production of buildings and things like that, and some things in this game take a long time to build. So having that extra influence could help us. So basically, if we delay the release of our movie 3 weeks, it's still going to do very well. It just won't do as well as it could have. But it'll be profitable. So I'm thinking we're going to do that. We're going to keep our heads down. We're new to this business. We'll start rolling in 3 weeks to save our influence from being spent. You can spend influence points, IP, to advance your interest and solve problems in various and often unconventional ways. So now we have 100 influence points, where we would have had 50 had we not chosen to do what we did. Alright, there's going to be things we're going to need to build. However, the game is going to make sure that it doesn't let us build any of these things early until the game tutorial lets us. So we'll fast forward then. Right. Joe Cameron, head of maintenance. Construction of the script department is going according to plan so far. But there's a small snag. According to the architect's vision, a large red-leafed maple should be in the central decorative element. The contractor found a suitable tree in a reserve on the border between Ontario and Minnesota and already agreed on a price and transportation, but the inspector who issued the permit is playing coy. He says he can't say how long the paperwork will take, maybe a week, maybe a month or two. You know as well as I do, sometimes you need to grease the gears. $200 cash and the tree will be on the road to California tonight. I don't want all our plans disrupted because of some petty bureaucrat. What do you think? Yeah, we'll grease the wheels with $200 cash. Notice this little icon here. If it was that icon, that's the studio's account. But that's not that icon. So this $200 is not coming out of the studio account. It's coming out of the account that it's about to show us. When an issue needs to be resolved quickly and discreetly, the funds in the studio bank account, this account here, can be used. Basically, it's your bribery account, if you will. So we just spent $200 from this account. Okay, we've completed the script department. Screenwriters turn ideas into screenplays. It's going to need a department head. And as always, we want the cheapest guy possible, regardless of how happy he is. He, however, can use influence to speed stuff up. That's cool. So we will take old Earl here and make him the department head. So we can choose genres that are favorites. These are basically the writers we're going to get to start writing stuff. I have always gone with action, comedy, and adventure. That's what I've pretty much always gone with in my previous playthroughs. And action has always equaled my best writer. Comedy has always been my second best writer, and adventure has always been my weakest writer. I'm curious to see if each of these equals a different writer. So because I know that action is usually my best writer, I'm going to continue to select that one. Since I knew comedy was always my second best writer, I'm going to continue to select that one. I'm going to go with romance this time instead of adventure as my 3. And I'm going to see, so adventure is usually a guy by the name who has the last name of West. And he's usually my weakest writer. I want to see if West becomes the romance writer, or if it gets me a totally new person. Oh, West is still here. So this is usually my action guy, Felix Hill. Bernard Larson is usually my comedy writer. Is Walter West going to end up becoming my romance writer? Let's find out. Okay, to begin work on a new script, select the script department building. The department worked up several ideas for your first script. So we've got action and cop, we've got romance. I'm going to choose action, and I'm going to assign it to Felix Hill, since he is my best writer. Interesting. Alright, we need a continue to develop your film study as keyed up, right. So basically we're going to be picking the research it wants us to pick, which is the story workshop, which is definitely a good pick. There's nothing wrong with getting the story workshop whatsoever. Alright. At this point in time, you're going to see that some of the research for other things have popped up. We assigned these department heads to these buildings ourselves. So we know that they currently have cheaper department heads. So any research we assign here, we don't have to worry about so much, in that if we fire a guy, we're going to lose the research. But we're not planning to fire these guys because we're happy with them because they are the cheaper guys. So I want to go with Sound Studio here first. On this particular, this is maybe one of the most important researches you can choose. This marketing outreach is fairly important. Right now we currently have 3 free films in which we have marketing paid up front. Once those films are done, we're going to have to start paying for the marketing ourselves. And if we don't have the marketing outreach building, we won't be able to do the marketing ourselves. This can literally soft lock your game if you don't build it right away. This should be part of the tutorial. The tutorial should force you to build this building. It is of that much importance. So you guys out there, you're going to want to build this guy immediately. In fact, you may even want to consider speeding it up. But typically, I usually get it built without having to speed it up, just in the nick of time that it'll be ready for my third movie. Or my fourth movie, sorry. The first three are free. Alright, and then that brings us to, this is what, maintenance? Yeah. These two take a long time. 1,000 days, 1,000 days. The repair crew is going to be very useful if you build a lot of stuff with the cheap builders, as you're going to have to repair a lot of the buildings sooner than later because you use the cheap builder. So this will be an important research sooner than later. However, the medium landscaping is probably what I recommend going with first, as you're going to need it. You will have, about the time that you finish researching this, one of your actors is going to say something along the lines of, "Our studio looks like crap. We really need to up our landscaping." I have a feeling it's almost scripted to trigger whenever this research is finished. So if you were to research this first, that event might not happen. But I don't know that for sure. But it feels like it's scripted to whenever this research is finished. Alright, then there's 4 of these. We are definitely firing 3 of them. We're firing him, her, and him. Which means we could actually start research on this guy. So we've got ethnic competition and we've got services. Service department is an actual building. A fairly useful building. So I recommend going with this one first, so you can get the service department built sooner than later. Okay, as for the rest of these, we're going to ignore them for now, as we're not able to fire these guys yet. And firing those guys is important. Last month you spent $129,695 on employee salaries and $2,352 on utilities. You can bring down the employee salaries dramatically by firing those 3 individuals and replacing them. Oh, shit, I'm not doing stuff. Okay, we need a pre-production and production building. Actually going to go with Luxta, as you're going to want to do much of your buildings with Luxta because it is dramatically cheaper, and early game you're going to need that money. It's also faster to build as well. Tend to put this building right down here. Okay, what else does it want us to build? So there's producer's office, a security office, and engineering. This might sound strange. You could literally push off both of these buildings or delay their arrival into the universe, as these buildings, in my opinion, are fairly expensive. They create new departments, and having new departments means there's a bunch more people that you have to pay for. There's more water you have to spend, there's more electricity you need to spend. They create overall a larger footprint of money going out the door. And I don't feel what they bring to the table is as beneficial. So the engineering department allows you to do research. Okay, research is kind of important. At the same time, it's not. So you're going to notice that you're going to start with two basic forms of filming and sound, and those can be upgraded. You're going to get a new the game is going to trigger a time where you're going to get a new form of videotaping and a new form of sound. The new form of videotaping is not necessarily better than the older form of videotaping. In fact, they both have similar quality. However, the new form of sound will actually be better quality-wise. However, if you upgrade the old version of video, you can make it cheaper on the same quality. The only benefit that the new form of video has over the old form of video is that the new form can be upgraded to be faster for filming, where the old form can be more economical for filming. It'll take longer, but it'll cost less. You can wait to do some of this research. So basically you can not build the building for a little while and enjoy having slightly less expenses and build it in, 6 months to a year, and you won't be that far behind the ball game with research at all. So I tend to delay building this guy. Producer's office allows you to hire new producers. In the early game, you try to do one movie at a time. This isn't that important right now, as we're only currently making our first movie. So we can push this one off a month or two. However, security, this is one you want to build ASAP. Security gets you some pretty powerful guys. This is one of the more useful buildings in the game. I'm going to go with the cheaper construction on it. And those are the 3 buildings I'm going to build right now. I'm purposely not building the producer's office and the engineering. Roy Spencer wants a break. Yeah, he can have a break. He's one of our producers that we start the game off with. Alright, pre-production. Now we get to pick a department head. They're all on the expensive side. We're gonna go with this guy because he's cheapest. These actors remained at the studio after it changed ownerships. What are their names? We're just gonna leave them as be as they are. And these are the directors who remained. Can we fire these guys yet? We can. Alright. Goodbye, Joe. You gotta go. Mio Mayo. Wow. We didn't get very lucky here. The cheapest guy we got is 3,000. This is still on the expensive side. I'm sad about that. Legal executive. Okay, Morris. Looks like you're the guy. Still on the expensive side. We have been getting kind of screwed this whole game with our heads of departments being more expensive than I like. In my previous game, I had lots of heads of executives that were under $1,000. Most of mine in this game are over $1,000. So there's a bit of randomness to how much these guys cost between each game you play. But for now, we will start the research. Alright, and we have some research over here. Casting office, huge. Definitely the first thing you want to build here. Lydia Globe is going to keep asking you for time off. Give it to her. She comes back from each vacation you give her a better actress. Okay, Limp and Luke. I'm not going to bother adding taglines. I'm just going to release the film. Okay, Kinomark rating system measures audience reviews on the day of the premiere. If you're sure you released a quality film but people aren't appreciating it, then you may have lured the wrong audience to the theaters. So basically, if you choose the wrong marketing, it can affect this score here. Alright, so, yep. And people who were associated with the film get some XP for doing their thing. Oh, here we go. Now this is the type of guy I like to see. 192? Heck yeah. And he has the option to use cash to speed things up. You're hired, buddy. Alright, researching. This one's kind of important. This is probably the one you should go with. This one's good. I tend to often go with this, but line production office, this is the one we're going to go with, and we have to be careful with this one. Because once we unlock this particular research, we have to ensure that our filming schedule, when we're filming movies, is correctly set to 5 days, 8 hours. Or we're going to be pissing off actors and actresses who are then going to cause us to have... They're going to lose happiness. And when they lose happiness, all the movies that they make are going to be shit. And it becomes a domino effect. Once you have some unhappy actors, they will fester like a virus, and they'll make the other actors around them unhappy. Because basically, when you put some unhappy actors into a movie with happy actors, they'll bring down the happiness of the other actors, affecting the whole crew's happiness. It's like domino effect. It's bad. Happiness is one of the biggest problems in this game, and you have to be on top of it from the very get-go. So the other problem with this game is managing the expenses, which I've been on top of since the very get-go. Me firing all these people is the first thing you need to do to be successful in this game, is to really cut down the chaff and be financially prudent as possible with all these people that you can. Then the next major thing you need to know is you need to be on top of the happiness of people who are related to filming. Cinematographer, producer, director, actors, all of their happiness are very important. The happiness of your department heads and shit, they don't fucking matter. But the happiness of your actors, producers, directors, cinematographers, editors, composers, those people matter very much. Okay. Script department, story workshop, 2 upgrades. So we made the story workshop. I'm going to go with develop new story elements. I think that this is pretty important. Some people could make an argument with opening up the freelance writer's office, because if you have the freelance writer's office opened up, you can buy scripts that are better than your people can write. And that's definitely useful, but it's temporarily useful. You'll eventually get your people trained up to where you don't need the freelance writer's office. It becomes an entire tree that really loses its value. So I say just ignore it from the get-go and focus on some of these other areas. If you are going to go with the freelance writer's office, do it right away, because it quickly loses its value. Build a story workshop, build a level 1 soundstage. Good idea. Alright, the level 1 soundstage. This is probably a building we'll end up tearing down at some point. So if there was ever a building you want to build with the cheap guys, it's this one. Now the story workshop is connected to our script department. We're actually going to go with the more expensive guys on this one. Where are we gonna put this building? Probably right about here. We're gonna go with Willis. So I've intentionally gone with the cheap guys for just about everything except everything related with the script writing. I've gone with the intermediate people. There's a reason for that. Alright, this is our security office, just finished up, so we're picking our head of security. We want someone who's cheap. And with security, loyalty actually matters a little bit. So this guy is altogether great. He's high in the loyalty department, and he's the cheapest, so he's going to be the guy. Alright, why does loyalty matter with this particular person? Because he's not the person I was thinking he was. Well, it's not as important as I thought. But you should start off with bodyguards. Bodyguards take almost no time to do, and you will want them sooner than later. So this is usually the first research I do in this line is bodyguards. Alright, Limpin' Luke has had its first 4 weeks in the box office, and it's made a decent amount of profit. Now basically we can hit there'll be a choice normally where we could end distribution, extend distribution, or kind of reset the distribution. We don't have that choice because this is the first film, and the first film was already planned out for us. So we can just hit extend distribution, which is fine. It's going to continue to make us buttloads of money. Alright, the soundstage is done. Soundstage 1 is fine. Oh, I just thought of something. In our script department, we have these people. we can hire new screenwriters right now, which means we should be able to fire the old ones. Screenwriters. It's not giving me the... so I could hire new ones right now, but I can't fire them. You're going to be like, so why would I want to fire the screenwriters? Well, let's look at finances. You go here, you're going to discover that there's certain salaries that can be more expensive or less expensive depending on things. Your executives are basically all your department heads. That's one of your largest costs, right? Well, if you notice here, screenwriters are spending about $65,600 a month off of those 3 guys. And currently, Felix is the only guy that I have doing anything. The other 2 are just kind of sitting there collecting a paycheck. Now, it's true I could be having them do something right now. I could have them writing something so that they're just essentially not being a drain on my income for no reason. Or I could fire their asses. And I'm going to be firing their asses as soon as the game will let me, which is probably when this building finishes. When I finish Story Workshop? No, that doesn't make sense. No, there's a building I'm missing here. What building am I missing? This building. The casting building. When do I get that? When this casting office. So in 19 days I'll probably be able to fire him. As soon as this research finishes up and I build the casting office, I should probably be able to get rid of those screenwriters. Alright, we've done bodyguards. I tend to go with security services next. It doesn't really matter. This one or this one, either way, they're decent enough routes to go. Once you have the bodyguards unlocked, that's the primary meat and potatoes. This is the most important one to unlock here, which will allow us to go here and buy bodyguards. We actually have a couple of great bodyguards here. They're all level 1, which is fine, but they're cheap. And we know how much we love cheap bodyguards. Actually, there's a level 3 here for pretty cheap too. Alright. Getting him. And I'm getting him. Just straight away because they're cheap. I don't know how often this changes, but it does change occasionally. And so if you don't buy the cheap guys, they might not be there when you next look. So get them when you can. Get them while they're hot. Alright, now that we have a story workshop, we can create our own script, if you will. So we will name this movie, I don't know, Genesis. Is that even spelled right? Genesis. The Genesis. Genesis. Yeah, that looks better to me. Okay. Genesis will be, I don't know, how about action adventure. And it'll be in the Wild West. It'll be about a cowboy and his love interest, Adam and Eve. There'll be a shootout with the snake. So Adam and Eve get in a shootout with the snake, and the antagonist gets killed. Okay, very basic film here. You have action adventure. This happens to be a good pairing. Action adventure pair well together. Just be aware of that. Wild West pairs good with adventure, and Wild West also pairs good with action. So here's two more good pairings. Cowboy, believe it or not, pairs well with Wild West. Who would have thunk it? Shootouts, if I remember right, they pair well with action. So having a shootout in an action movie makes sense. And the antagonist getting killed in a shootout makes sense in an action movie. So a lot of these things here should pair well together for the purposes of writing a better script than my script writer is capable of writing. Although I believe my script writer is currently busy writing a script right now. So we are going to go here, and we're going to send this to the archive. And because it's in the archive, it's basically waiting for our current Felix Hill to finish up in 10 days the script he's currently writing, so he can then write that script I just created. Alright, we can see that Limpin' Luke is still making money. So now it's giving me the option I can end the distribution right now, although I think we can still squeeze a little bit of money out of Limping Luke. So we're going to extend the distribution one more time. What I feel is probably going to happen is in week 9 and week 10 we'll make a tiny bit more money, and then in week 11 and 12 we might lose a little bit of money. But the money that we make in week 9 and week 10 should be more than we lose in week 11 and 12. So it'll be worth extending the distribution one more time. That's my assumption of what's going to happen. Headquarters, services. Open the service department where you can offer your employees gifts, services, and entertainment. So we've completed the services thingamabobber. We're going to go with aesthetic staff next. Now that we have the service department, we can actually build the service department. And we're going to do that now. Well, we're going to get services going before engineering and the producer's office. Intentionally, because I feel that this is one of the more important facilities or things you can build. Yeah, we're going to go with Luxta. Alright, so here's our first script that Mr. Felix has written. Nothing special, right? 4.5, 3.7. So we want to have people working in this film that are somewhere around the 4.5 to 3.7 skill range. Okay, so we're starting the project. Who do we have for an available cinematographer? Yes, yes. Thank you, thank you. Great. So our cinematographer that we have available is Thomas Morrison. He's got a skill of 3.7. He's about as good as this rating, but a little less than this rating. He's good enough, right? We have this guy for the next 3 years. We might as well use him. Although this guy, he's probably not going to get used at all. He's one of the luckiest employees on earth, as he's just going to sit around and, well, he's not even going to collect a check, because these guys aren't paid on a daily salary like other things. These guys are paid like actors get paid. So when you get an actor, and I'll show you that here shortly, they're paid in a big flat sum up front. That's how these guys get paid too. They were purchased with a big flat sum up front. So don't worry about having this guy sitting around. He's not costing you any money. He's just the previous people that ran this movie theater, they purchased him for some reason. And he's just not worth using. So he's just this guy who takes up space. Alright, we have a soundstage. Whenever possible, you're going to want to use the sound stages, as the sound stages are cheaper than going on location. And again, you want to do things cost effectively. So, for example, if we see this is 16,000. I've never seen this breakdown before. Influence of location quality, influence of film genre. Influence of film genre. It's more expensive to prepare. This is interesting. I never noticed this before. Okay, so basically if you go to location, you'll see it's more expensive. These two are the more important things. Okay, total filming time is the sum of all filming days at each location, right? So this is how long it's going to take to film this film, now that everything's been set up. Okay, filming technology. Currently all we have is this one Doppler tech available and this one sound tech available. So it is what we have. We could throw extras into it for the cost of a little bit more money, and we could put more crew into it at the cost of a little bit more money. Right now, your films are going to be pretty much crap, and so you should think of these low-level films, this 4.5 to 3.7 quality type film, as just being a cheap film. And since it's a cheap film, you want to keep it cheap. So this and this is making it more expensive, but it's a cheap film, so leave it a cheap film. If you're gonna make if you're gonna make an expensive film that you want all the bells and whistles in, then do that. But if you're going to make a cheap film, then take every example to not put more bells and whistles into it. Okay, with that being said, we have these two producers here. 3.5 is a little bit less than the 3.7, but again, we have him. He is here. He's been purchased. He might as well get used. Director 4.2. It's about the quality that we're looking at, so we're going to use him. One thing to note is the director's happiness is a little lacking. Alright, cop. We could throw Peter Harris into this, and that'll be just fine. He hasn't had a recent role as a cop, so the game isn't going to complain that we shouldn't do that. Criminal mastermind. So our next best actor is Gabriel here. Gabriel is a little low on happiness, but he's got some happiness. Russell Simon, he's got more happiness to work with, but he's a little less quality of an actor. So criminal masterminds happen to like people who are more elderly. And either Russell or Gabriel will work for this particular role pretty well, because they're both on the older side. Am I going to go with happiness on Russell Simon, or am I going to go with slightly better skill on Gabriel? Honestly, I think I'm going to go with Gabriel. What is this? Naturally, I'd never doubt your competence. I just want to give you a little professional advice. Choose actors who are at least the same level as the script. If the script is good, but the actor is lousy, they'll drag the film down. Well, Steven, of our actors, Russell is the best actor left. So, had I chosen any of the other guys, they would have dragged it down even further. Okay, so this'll be fine here. This will be our first film. And we get to put a stamp here saying that we've locked it all in and we're happy with what we've done. So now it's going to start the pre-production process. Okay, casting office has been finished. I'm immediately going to start working on sets and props. Alright, and now we need to build that casting office. We'll use Luxta again. Oh, I'm sitting here daydreaming. Right now I could have Felix Hill working on this here. So let's get him going. Alright, look here. We spent last month 121,042 on employees and 4,812 on utilities. So last time we checked this, we were spending about 2,400 on utilities, so our utilities have essentially doubled. But the last time we checked this, we were spending like 129,000 on employees. We're now spending 121,000 on employees. So we're spending less on employees than we did the last time we checked this. And we have a lot more employees than we did the last time we checked this because we fired so many of those expensive guys. So keeping your costs down matter. Alright, Limp and Luke made money on week 9, lost some money on week 10, 11, and 12. But I believe they made more money on week 9 than what they lost on 10, 11, and 12. So we're now going to end the distribution. And this is what Limp and Luke ends on. So it profited 2,237,680. That's great. If only every film we ever make would make this much money, but it won't. It's going to be a long time, if ever, we'll see a movie make this much money. It's going to be a while. All right. So Morris Gregory comes to us, and evidently he was poring over a pile of documents that we inherited, and he came across something rather interesting. It turns out that in the previous studio promised the late Joe Duvall 25% of the box office for the film Limp and Luke. It seems this condition was added at the last minute. It was introduced as an amendment to the main contract just a few days before Duvall's death. No one even warned us about it. Apparently the Duvall family doesn't even know about it. And what difference should it make to them? Over his 5-year career, the guy starred in 8 hits. His inheritance should be enough for several generations. Not that it ever would anyway, of course. The only people enjoying Duvall's money are his drunk father and 2 aunts. The box office tank has been substantial. The percentage we owe him is 830,000. So should we contact his relatives and tell them that they can start looking for another beachfront villa? No, this conversation never happened, and you never saw that document. It never happened. Okay, game. So we just created a secret, and the game is, I guess, struggling with the secret. Here we are. Sometimes you may have to cross the line. It could be a matter of legality. It could be morality. Secrecy and discretion are key. The more terrible the secret, the greater the consequence if the truth should come out. People like to talk, so your secret could come out at any time. This scale shows the probability that they'll be leaked. You can simply bide your time until the secret is forgotten and risk falls to zero, or you can entrust the matter to a gentleman from the security department. Now, I do want to do just that. Give me 1 second. We are paused. Yes, thank you. So we have a bunch of level 1 guys. And I like these guys. And I trust these guys. I just don't trust them with $800,000 worth of our company's secret. I would like to have someone who is a little bit, what's the word I'm looking for? Talented on an $800,000 secret. And at the cost of $639, this level 3 guy is still pretty cost effective. $639 is not that expensive. So we're going to get him. Now we have ourselves a small army of strongmen. But we have a very talented strongman here for very important things. And this is one of those times where a very talented strongman is going to be needed for very important things. Is it? Am I even right about my thought process here? They are all showing the same 1859. Wait a second. I'm learning something here. Huh. Alright, I'm still going to use the level 3 guy. Am I?
Connection lost.
Yeah, I'm going to use the level 3 guy.
Connected.
I assumed he would be better, but they all seem to have the same risk chance probability here. Huh. So I learned something. I don't think that's always the case, though. That just might be a case in this situation, as it's the tutorial for doing secrets. I think that maybe you could use any level dude and it would be the same thing, because it's a secret that they want you to learn on.
User in your channel timed out.
Evidently my internet's having issues. Okay, so let's go over here and finish up the pre-production on this film. Okay, we actually went up during pre-production, which frankly shocked me. I wasn't expecting it to go up. Director and actors helped to push it up a little bit. Okay. Right, now we're going to take one of those security guys, since we have a small army here. We will take the guy with the most happiness. Least loyal but most happy, and he can go work on this film, providing security for it. Now you can see right now that the filming schedule is 5 days, 12 hours per day. I cannot currently change that. And it's going to be 216 days till I have the ability to change that. So I might as well just start the production, because there's nothing I can do to affect that current schedule. However, that current schedule is going to piss off the actors, because they don't like to work more than 8-hour days. However, I'm not sure it's going to piss off the actors right now, because since the game is not giving me the option to change the schedule, it might not piss them off as much, or if at all. Okay, so Lydia says that her vocal cords are getting stronger, but she wants more time off to do some more training. Right now she's at a 2-star. She was previously a 0-star actress. Now she's a 2-star actress. If we give her more time, she's going to come back a 3-star actress. Alright, casting office is done. I do think that will give... Yep, I now have the ability to fire these guys. Now, if you look here, you see how it says 30 days with a calendar thing here? This guy is being paid $1,500 a month. It's not too expensive, but it's not too cheap either. Bernard Larson, on the other hand, is being paid $7,100 a month. To sit around and do nothing, he's getting fired. And Walter West, he's basically collecting as much as some of my department heads get made to do nothing. He is also getting fired. Now, I will eventually develop new story elements. This research in 23 days is going to make it useful to have a couple more story writers around to develop more story elements. But we don't need guys who are being paid a lot of money to do it. We can get cheap guys to do this for us. And I'll show you that when it happens. Alright, we've completed the services building, and we have Charles Gardner. He has 89 loyalty and 83 happiness. It matters on this guy what his loyalty is. He's also cheap, so this guy's perfect. Why does it matter here? You can now offer services. Yes, yes, yes. Great. Okay, so there's illegal gifts, which can be unlocked here. You'll be able to offer illegal gifts if you can persuade the head of the department to purchase and store them. That's why the loyalty matters with this guy. There's a chance he's not going to agree with you, and if he doesn't agree with you, there's going to be problems. So this particular department head needs to have fairly high loyalty because of this whole illegal gifts that exist up here. But we're not going to worry about the illegal gifts right now because the illegal gifts, well, they're fine and all, but this is a rather quick research to get to these watches. We want to get these watches as soon as possible. These watches are really important. They'll basically be our only way to fix happiness issues. Basically, we'll be able to give watches to people that are unhappy to make them more happy. And again, happiness dictates the quality of how a lot of these films turn out. Unhappy actors make shitty films, and happy actors make good films. It's really as simple as that. Okay, Scott Carr. The influential French magazine, yada yada yada. What are you suggesting we bend the knee for the frogs? Don't be ridiculous. Actors and directors who have made a name for themselves can receive a special popular or artistic recognition. This reflects public or critical appreciation of their talents. It can take decades to achieve such status, but sometimes all it takes is a few outstanding achievements. These things here is what they're talking about. This is basically how you know if an actor is considered a superstar or not. We don't have any of them. And I'm not about to go and get one because the game asked me to at this point. Okay, script department. Develop new story elements. Okay, we've unlocked that story element research. Story elements are more important than you think, and this is a pretty valuable resource here. But at this point, I'm going to go over here to rolling edits, as this rolling edit research can come in handy, and so having it unlocked sooner than later is better, as it could save a film from having problems. Alright, now that I have something for screenwriters to do, besides my primary screenwriter that's going to be actually writing scripts, we can go hire some cheap screenwriter, like this guy, Timothy Cummings. $10 a month. That's slave labor, and I love it. He might as well be an illegal migrant at this stage. $10 a month? What is this guy thinking? He wants to work for $10 a month? Well, hell yeah. Join the squad. What else do we have here? We have $100 a month. Is the next cheapest guy? So here's Walter West and Bernard Larson, the guys I fired. Yeah, we'll take Paul Steinbeck here for an additional $100 a month. And that'll do it. Well, actually, there's Leo here for another additional $100 a month. Do I need... Nah, 2 is enough. Yeah, two's plenty. Okay, so... Alright, so each of them are researching story things. So that's going to be their complete job. That's what they're here for. That's why they exist, is just to research these story elements. Alright, we're having an issue with the film. It would seem that Peter Harris has decided to bring his dog to the film, which is pissing off the rest of the actors. However, we could pay somebody $500 to go take the dog for a walk, which will make the entire film crew happy, and it will also increase Mr. Harris's loyalty towards us. It's a win-win all around. You don't have these. This is as close as it gets to a good pop-up as you're going to get. Generally, when something bad happens in a film, it's going to be something bad. You're not going to walk away with a good option like this. Yes, we spent $500, but it's $500 out of the primary studio account, which is chump change when we have, 8 million sitting here. So we will spend that money to walk the dog, and it'll make everyone happier, which will make the movie more likely to go up instead of down in quality. So that is an unusual thing. Generally, you don't get good pop-ups like that, except in the beginning. That one's pretty scripted. It always happens. Scott Carr, Public Relations Executive. I've just got a call from Ed Miller, a journalist from Los Angeles Tribune. He says he fell in love with our first film and wants us to honor him with a tour of the studio. I'm no idiot, of course. Miller doesn't write about movies. He's an investigative journalist. Recently, a cement plant in Santa Barbara was closed after one of his articles was published, and for the record, the cement they made was excellent. One of the 10 best in the state. I don't know what this asshole hopes to find out, but he likes to pluck colorful facts out of the air. Fortunately, he likes beautiful women even more. Let's choose a young actress this week, someone loyal and not too talkative. She can show Miller around the studio, drink champagne with him, charm him with her charisma. I bet we'll have him melting. Okay, agreed. Best to be on the safe side. Lucky for us, we have the perfect girl for the job. We have Jane Fisher here. She's very loyal to us, which is important. And she just happens to be the right girl for the job. So we're going to pay her a little bit money. All we have to do is click this, and it'll fill in how much money is needed. So for $15,000, Jane Fisher is going to lead this guy around and be a tease for the entire day. Thank you, Jane. So the actress must have been under 30. She just is, and have a loyalty above 50. She does. Jane Fisher was marvelous. By midday, Ed Miller was dead drunk and fell asleep in the main office bathroom. We had to force the door and carried his half-dead body home to his wife. She was so grateful that she treated our guys to apple pie. Looks like we're in good standings with the Miller family. In an investigation published by the Los Angeles Tribune, journalist Ed Miller delves into the connection between bootleggers and Hollywood. According to Miller, some film studios launder alcohol money through their cinema chains. The writer doesn't provide any hard facts and instead makes do with implications, and circumstantial evidence. The only studio in Miller's opinion that is definitely not involved in such schemes is J. Johnson Films. This young and ambitious film company is clearly above such activities. Their goal, he wrote, is to elevate American culture and earn money through honest work. Yay, us. Even in the most depressing and cynical of times, reputation in Hollywood isn't just an empty word. Reputation problems can block access to loans, new technologies, and many other opportunities. But we just earned some. Alright, our new script Genesis turned out pretty well, above the talents of our writer, and we're about to learn why. I thought. Well, here it is. Okay, the script's ratings are even higher than the writer's score because of how well the story elements fit together. Remember how I told you about how certain elements work together better? Well, here's the game showing me that fact. Okay, start project. Actually, no. Well, let's find ourselves a cinematographer worth a salt. Alejandro Flynn is is cheaper than a lot of these guys, and he's coming in at 7.2, which is pretty good. Yeah, I don't see any reason not to use Alejandro there. $113 for one film is cheaper than everyone up to Oscar, and Oscar's only a 2.1. Alright, Alejandro, we're doing business. Okay, when I get guys like this, I like to do it on a per movie basis. So I could go for 3 movies at 283 units, whatever a unit is. In this instance, we could throw medical insurance on here to take it a little bit cheaper, and we could bring them down to 24.3K for 3 movies. However, what could we get for 3 years? For 43.6K, we could have him locked down for 3 years. We're probably going to do that. We're going to need a top-rate cinematographer to be able to pull off good movies. He is that guy for us. If we're doing a yearly contract like this, or a 3-year contract, you would be surprised the number of movies we can actually fit into 3 years. We could probably do 2, maybe 3 movies a year, we're looking at possibly getting 9 movies out of this guy. At 3 years. And at 43.6K, at his talent, I think that's a steal. So we're going to go for it. He's going to be our main cinematographer. He's going to carry our company, basically. We only have the one soundstage right now. What research is it that... No. No. Sets and props. Marketing outreach. Yeah, that's where the next level soundstage is. So it's going to be a few days before we get that research even close to being able to have the second one. So we're going to build, in the meantime, a second soundstage. With Luxta. And this will just sit here waiting for that soundstage to finish up. Which basically means thanks, game. Yeah, we need to get Felix working. We could go with ideas. Felix is an action person, and so we might just do that. We're gonna write this action idea here with Felix instead of throwing something together with our story workshop. Why am I doing that when obviously the last story workshop thing I threw together, I got a fairly better script with it? When you start making very in-depth scripts that have lots of elements to them, you start to lengthen the film, meaning there's more things to record, which then means it's going to take longer to record the film, which then means that the game is, or that the film is going to be more expensive. When you start making more expensive films, it starts to become harder to recoup any profit from them, because you have to sell more tickets to overcome the extra expense you put into the film itself. For the most part, when you do these simple little ideas that take like 70 days to write, they're going to be a relatively short film, which is going to typically be pretty easy to recoup the expenses from. The more convoluted the film becomes, the harder it starts to become to recoup your profits. And since I have a talented cinematographer and I have a shitty cinematographer, I'm going to have a talented set of actors to go along with the talented cinematographer, and I'm going to have a shittier set of actors to go along with the shittier cinematographer. So I'm basically going to be having two types of movies that are going to alternate. A good one and a cheap one. A good one and a cheap one. On purpose. And that'll allow me to train some of these weaker people, like that weak cinematographer, will become better and better and better because he'll still be doing stuff. He'll be exercising his talents. And those weaker actors will become better and better and better because they'll be exercising their talents. And so I won't be completely relying on the A team. If A team members quit or die or something happens to them, they get poached, I'll have B team to step up and fill in. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, so start writing Felix. Have you heard of Wandering Malcolm? Ah, yes, good old Wandering Malcolm. Buy his script. It's worth it. Rotten Fates. That's a pretty good script that you get for the $1,000. But we'll shelve it for now, as obviously we're doing something. And obviously we're doing something over here. Ah, Lydia Globe has come back. She's now a 3-star actress. Great. Alright, operation results. It didn't go up, it didn't go down. So it wasn't completely a success, but it wasn't a failure either. Alright, Soundstage 2 is ready, so we can get this underway. Remember, filming in sound stages is generally cheaper. We have a better cinematographer here who's as good or better than what the script is. So we're planning this to be a good movie. So we'll throw in the extras and the crew into this one. That means this producer is just not going to cut it. He's only a 2.9. He's going to bring down the quality of this movie. And even if Vincent Rooks was available, he's still only a 3.5. He would bring down the quality of this movie, which is starting to make me think I have a problem right now because I didn't build the producer office. Yep. Okay, so now we're going to build the producer office, which I could have built earlier. I now need a better producer. We'll fit that in here. We'll use Luxta. I was hoping to put off building this. Right, that was a decent result. The happiness of the cast and crew went up. Peter Harris's loyalty to your studio has increased. The film crew happiness increased by 10. All good things. So now this film is coming over here to be worked on by Emma Barry. Emma is not quite good enough, but she's the best we got. Literally, she's the best we got. Actually, if I go here and we look at who's available to be hired, you will see very quickly that Emma Barry is, well, she's the second best in the entire world at what she does. Editors are pretty shit. They're not any good, and they seem to all be girls too. So it's a female dominated space in the film industry, evidently. And Emma Barry is the best at it. Well, second best after Bessie Litvin. So we're just going to have to deal with her. However, Oliver Grant is interesting, right? Because we just looked. Every other editor in the world was female. He's like the only male editor in the world. And in fact, is he paid monthly? He is paid monthly. You know what, Oliver? You're fired. I don't need to be spending $14-some thousand on him a month when he's not going to be doing anything. Literally not going to be doing anything. Alright, composers. Louis Murphy. Oh, we'll show you the same thing here. There's not many composers to choose from. It's like nobody to choose from. So Louis Murphy is the guy, which means Lee Woods here. He's getting paid $14,000 to do nothing. He's getting fired as well. We're gonna go with the better things because this film has been going all right so far. It might take a little bit of a dive here after Emma and Louis get done with it, or it might not. It might stay about even keeled at about 5.1. Let's see. Sweet. That's what we want to see. Alright, now that actually I think producers follow the film all the way through the Vincent's still doing his thing. We could use Anthony on this. We probably will use Anthony on this. He is a little bit under quality. Right, watches are 36 days away, and line production is 134 days away. Important. Important. Once these things are done, I'll be able to basically show you the rest of what you need to do to get your game off to the correct start. After that, Bob's your uncle, basically. Once you get to this point where you've started off the game in this set of order and you've accomplished these set of things, it's just becomes easier from there on in. Alright, that was to be expected. Alright, escape from Springfield. We'll throw you on right about here. We're going to max out our own theaters. Something about like that. This is not the greatest film in history, but we're going to have marketing that'll help make up for that. We're still not doing our own marketing. The game still has the... This is one of the films that's going to benefit from the fact we still have a marketing deal in place where the game will do it for us. So this film should overperform its 4.7 marks a bit, and that's why we are doing this like this. I'll show you what I mean by that. So let's go ahead and add the whatchamacallits. We'll hit apply. Okay, marketing campaign will start at Thanksgiving. So that's 3 weeks before the movie. That's generally is my rule of thumb, is I go 3 weeks before the movie, and then I extend it out to 4 weeks after the movie. However, there's some romance options to this, isn't there? I don't even remember writing this one. Thriller, romance. What is even this movie? I thought I wrote an action-adventure movie. Well, if there's romance in this movie, maybe I can expend it through Valentine's Day. It's rare that you can ever utilize a holiday. Okay, so I normally go 4 weeks, but I might go an additional 8 weeks. So I'll end up extending the movie twice, 3 times. So basically a 12-week run is what I'm expecting this movie to go for. Hence, and only because this has some sort of romance element in it and Valentine's Day is coming up. So we're going to try to take advantage of that. Good question. What the hell is this movie? Thriller, romance, action, adventure. Thriller, romance, action, adventure. Well, thriller is usually stabby, stabby, murdery stuff. Romance is sappy, we love you stuff. Action is, an adventure. This is sounding adult to me. Not really sounding like a kid's movie. This sounds like an adult movie. So for adults. And here's Mr. Fred Carpenter. He would like me to give his daughter Wendy a role in one of my movies. Sure, we will give Wendy a role. One thing to know about this is I originally figured that, hey, if I'm going to be given this amateur girl to start to be featured in some of my movies, then I'm going to turn her into my first star, if you will, my first homegrown star. So a lot of these actors have been around for a while before my business was mine, if you will. And they've worked for other agencies and with other agencies, and they've starred in other films. Wendy here was going to be my first person that starred in my film, and only my film. So she could be my first built-up star from the very ground up, going from a complete amateur to a superstar. Except you can't do that with her. Her abilities cap out at 2 stars. She can't go past 2 stars, at least at this point in the game. I think there's gonna be some way to lift that through some sort of training in the future, but it doesn't currently exist in the game from what I understand. So 2 stars is her max right now, so there's no point in trying to turn Wendy here into a superstar. Just stick her into this film and let her go, because she's not worth dealing with otherwise. Oh, I understand that. If there was any business, gave you a sure thing, I wouldn't need to be mayor. Haha. So here's Wendy. She's got lots of happiness. That's a good thing. She'll perform better than her 0.1 star because she's a happy person. Okay, we're currently delayed waiting on the ability to hire new producers. And here's old Arthur Gernstein. I see you got the hang of the business real quick. Don't worry, kid. I don't bite. Unless, of course, you count that time we were filming The Hungry Vulture. But first of all, it was Bo Quintz directing. An exquisite drag-ass. I don't have to tell you how it is. Second, it was just 1 finger, not 3. I paid the papers to embellish the story just for a hoot. And third, they sewed Quintz's fingers back on, and he was fine. But why are we talking about me? Let's talk about you, the new king of the movie jungle. A lion, a shark. It's just about time for me to retire, don't you think? I can't compete with stallions like you. So, how do you like the industry, kid? Anybody giving you any troubles? If you have a problem with anyone, don't be shy. Talk to me. Uncle Arthur can sort everything out. You got me, kid? Well, thank you, Mr. Gernstein. I think I got it. So he's just trying to remind me of his place. He's the old king of the movie industry. Okay, Peter Harris here. Have you ever met Arthur Gernstein in person? Only a few actors and directors have ever heard his voice, even the ones working for his studio. He runs Gernstein Brothers through deputies and assistants. They say he's like an emperor who never leaves his chamber. But last night, by surprise, he suddenly called me. Me, personally. And he offered me a contract to sign. As you can imagine, he said all kinds of nasty things about our studio. The most polite word he used were garbage dump. I don't want to leave. I like it here. But I'd like to get a small reward for my loyalty. If we can't come to an agreement, I'm ready to forfeit $65,000 for the early termination of my contract. All right, let's discuss it. So I have information that this guy did something explicit with a 15-year-old. Now, some people in Steam chat basically mistook what's going on here. They think I'm offering this guy a 15, or they thought that they were offering this guy a 15-year-old to stay around. That's not what's going on. What's going on here is our security services have been spying on him, and they found out that he had carnal relations with a minor, age 15 evidently. Basically, he did a bad thing, and I can blackmail him with this information about him having done a bad thing with a young minor. If I so choose to want to use that blackmail at this point in time. What is this blackmail currently worth? $20,000 is what this blackmail is currently worth. I don't think it's worth it. So $20,000 is not that much money. And I'm going to have future issues with Mr. Harris here. I might actually end up, I don't know, renegotiating his contract at some point, and maybe I want him around for another 3 years. In that situation, getting him to sign a new 3-year contract could cost me upwards of, I don't know, $120,000. I could use this and basically get him to stay around for another 3 years for free. So utilizing this information I have on him right now is only worth $20K. And I don't feel it's necessarily worth it. I could get a lot more out of him in the future with this information. So I'm not going to use it yet. Right, producer's office is finished. Now I need a new department head for the producer's office. That'll be this guy here. Alright, and what research does the producer's office have? 2 projects per producer. Very good research, actually. Takes forever. Literally forever to actually accomplish. However, I do have the ability to spend some real money to boost it. So I can spend at most 200K to boost this up to shave off 300 days. This is a pretty good one to boost because it is so lengthy and because your producer being able to manage 2 projects at once will come in very useful in the future. So we're going to go ahead and do this. Alright, now then we can buy a producer. Or hire a producer now that we have that building. We have Dewey Sanders here and Henry Lewis. Henry Lewis is obviously far cheaper than Dewey Sanders is for pretty much the same skill level. He's got a little bit less happiness starting off. And he's a misogynist, which, yeah, you know, whatever. And there's Jeff Rowe down here. He's much lower in the skill category. Honestly, what is this? This guy's got an established genre. He's commonly associated with adventure movies. That's interesting. We're going to grab him. Because he is so talented and cheap, we're going to try to get his services for a full 3 years. We're going to add medical insurance on to bring this down as much as we can. And basically he's going to cost us $43,000 up front for 3 years. But we will have a very solid producer for 3 years. Producers, because of how they work, it's going to be harder to get as many movies done with the producer in 3 years. Like the director, the cinematographer, all of those guys, they can do a lot more movies than the producer can, because the producer has to stay with the movie from the very beginning. It starts in pre-production to the very moment it ends its sales as it's being watched in the theaters. The producers actually even take part in like marketing and stuff like that. So they get locked down for a film's entire length of being. And since producers work in that manner, it's harder to get more films out of them through a year. But through 3 years, I might be able to get 5 films out of him, I'm thinking. Where the other guys, it's easier to get more films because they're not tied to the film for its entirety. But we need a talented producer for our good films. We're going to have 2 quality of films, cheap films and good films. He's going to be the one for the good films. Anthony. I'm curious what is out there. This is the only guy that's out there that's of elite quality as a director. He's hot-tempered. He's a bit on the expensive side. Gerald here is fairly cheap at 4.3. But Anthony is disciplined, so he's solid. I think we'll just have to deal with him being a little under the quality. All right. Currently, we have pretty much one actor in our studio that's probably up to this script level right now, and that is Peter. But this guy's going to remind me that Peter's done cowboy roles several times. Allow me to give you some unsolicited advice. You know better than me that viewers love familiar faces and familiar roles, but it's better not to overdo it. If you shoot the same actor in the same role and genres too often, people will start to resent it. Try to give the audience time to miss their favorite character. Okay, so we could possibly use Peter as the bandit instead. What's the problem here? Lately, I've often heard that age is just a number. Even at 80, a person can feel young. But when people go to movies, their expectations are more conservative. Everyone wants the hero, beloved, to be younger, and we want the evil sorcerer to be older. I'm just pointing it out. So evidently, Peter here isn't old enough to be the bad guy. Gabriel is old enough. But he's a bit under the quality level here. Love interests. All of our girls are a bit under the quality level here. We might have to just hire a whole new slate. Alright, who are the ladies we have available? Damsel in distress, adventure. What is our movie? Genesis is action adventure, and the girl is the love interest. She's established in adventure. Undisciplined. We want to stay away from undisciplined actresses. 4.9. That might be good enough. She's a nice, happy person. She's unbiased. 192. She's affordable-ish. Otherwise, this undisciplined girl is the next affordable. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to go with her. She's a little bit less qualified for the script, but she's in our price range. And if we're gonna make a deal with her, we're gonna make a deal with her for 3 movies. We're gonna throw medical at her. $43.9K to lock her down for 3 movies. It is a little on the expensive side. But she's happy. Yeah, we're gonna do it. I'm tempted to throw Peter Harris in there just to save us some money. Alright, who do we have available for playing the bandit role? So we need not only someone talented enough, but someone elderly enough. Yeah, that just doesn't exist in this world, does it? Way outside of our price bracket, these guys are. And these guys are not good enough for the script, and they're not old enough for the script. I feel like Gabriel is the only option here. Which leaves Peter. To play cowboy again. Alright, we have basically a 6, a 5, and a 4, which averages out to about 5 across the quality of the actors, which is about in line with the quality of the script. The director is a little low, though the producer is a bit higher. Hopefully this works out, and nobody is extremely unhappy right now. So everyone's happiness is all right. What was Steeljaw about? Oh, I don't even know because it's being written. I don't have any influence on that. Well, hopefully Steeljaw will have a... Oh, frickin' David Gutman making a fool out of himself. Causing me problems. The watches are done. Very good. I'm going to go with another one of these gifts because they become powerful. Now that we have the gifts, we want to go over here to this building and we want to make ourselves a few gifts to hand out. Alright, Steeljaw script turned out alright. Adventure, comedy, action, drama. Daring adventurer, tribal chief, bank robbery, protagonist. So, a fairly cheap film to make. It only requires 2 actors, it looks like. Sadly, neither of the actors are female. So we will shelve that particular script for now, and we will go into the workshop, which this is not the workshop. Here we are. And I'm going to call this the mayor's daughter. The mayor's daughter is... well, it has some action in it because our best writer writes action. It has romance because reasons, and it's a drama. Something like that. An action drama romance. And it's going to happen in a small modern American town. The protagonist is going to be a hopeless romantic who is going to fall in love with the mayor's daughter. Of course, the mayor is a bit of a criminal mastermind. And this hopeless romantic is going to have to work to win his beloved through putting the mayor in jail and allowing him to live happily ever after with the mayor's daughter. Sure, that works. Okay, select the screenwriter, which is Felix, who, hey Felix? What's going on here? Do I not have any of them made yet? Probably don't. Okay, well, Felix, you do that. And I'll give you a watch soon. Trust me, buddy. You deserve a watch. Alright, I think that's our first watch. So we'll go over here to the screenwriters, grab Felix, go to the gift, and have a watch, my friend. That boosted up his happiness from the red to the yellow. So Felix is somewhat happy. Alright, we're still working on 89 days till that, so Genesis has gone down a little bit. Okay, that stayed the same. Our director brought it down a little. Location and costumes and props brought it down a little. Okay. Fair. So we don't have any ability to change this 5 days, 12 hours per day situation yet. However, we can give them some security. New story element discovered. Protagonist commits suicide. Well, keep learning story elements, please. The fact we stole that money from that family is becoming harder for people to discover. Excellent. Alright, we received an unexpected letter from the Luxta Construction. They're claiming they signed an agreement with the studio's previous owners. According to the terms, we're supposed to spend $500,000 on their services within the next year. If we refuse or miss the deadline, they're threatening to go to court. They just sent a copy of the agreement along with the letter, but it's difficult to judge its authenticity. Well, there's an agreement, so we're going to attempt to honor it. Why are we going to attempt to honor it? Because we're not going to be able to honor it, but this is going to give us more time to solidify our legal situation. Currently, we don't have a lot of things working for us in our favor if we were to go to court right now. We don't have a good legal defense because we haven't got that research done. We don't have the ability to utilize the mayor to get a good lawyer to help us out because we haven't finished the film with his daughter. Basically, right now we don't have stuff for legal defense, but in the future we will. So we're going to honor the agreement for now. If we can actually build $500,000 worth of stuff, great. If we can't, then so be it. We'll fight the court battle when we have the tools to fight the court battle. Okay, so now that we have this looming over our heads, we're going to construct the engineering place that we've been putting off building. Alright, let's pause. Let's go here to... Yes, great. Everything's going according to plan. Gabriel, I want to give you a gift, but have a watch. Who else is in the movie? Joanne's pretty happy. Peter Harris is pretty happy. Our producer here. Let's give him a watch. Who else is associated with this movie? The director, Anthony Campbell. Here, have a watch. Alright, now basically we've given a bit of a happiness buff to everyone involved in this movie. That's important for making good movies. Is the team that's making it needs to be happy. So that research, getting those gifts and manufacturing them and handing them out, that is one of the key things I wanted you guys to learn so you can be successful in your own game. The other final step of the puzzle we're waiting on is 66 days from this line production office to finish, as that will be the last key thing, I think, that allows people to be successful. We're just gonna release the film. Fairly expensive film at this stage of the game. Oh, I'm still paused. Oh, I know why it's... We lengthened out the advertising a bit on it. That's why it's a little bit more expensive than usual. Because we're planning to actually run this guy for 12 weeks. So on a single evening in Detroit, 105 people died of alcohol poisoning. Among the deceased is a renowned actor known as Alan Schusterman. It's this guy here. The media is blaming the management of the Boxer plant for the incident. They've taken to mixing poison into the industrial alcohol to combat the theft of solvents. Investigators from the Bolt newspaper believe the poisoned alcohol somehow found its way into the underground bars of Los Angeles as well. Director Gerhard George, this guy here, commented on the incident to Fun Times magazine. For the death of my friend and colleague, I ask you to blame the idiot congressman who voted for prohibition. I'd like to hear what they say when something like this happens to their children. Right, we're already turning a profit on that movie. I'm happy about that. Alright, something is going on with the movie. Peter Harris isn't listening to the director and takes every criticism with hostility. The constant fighting is wearing everyone thin and slowing down the process. Well, I'm evidently going to have to deal with Mr. Peter Harris. Now, I could threaten him with the information I know about him. I could give him a watch. Gifts and services can only be 70%. That'll work. So 4K and a watch gets him... We're not going to use this information yet. So 4K is not worth it if 20K wasn't worth it, 4K is not worth it. So we're going to keep this information for when it's useful. All right, so we spent more than we made this year, so we're not going to get charged any taxes. All right, we're going to go to Film Lab next. Okay, and we've got the marketing building done. Excellent. Now we're going to go theater management next. And now we have a couple things to build. The soundstage. Let's try to fit it in here. Luxta. And messed up the roads. Oh well. And we need to build something else. What was it? Marketing and outreach. With Luxta as well. Two buildings right next to each other. All right, Escape from Springfield on its first 4 weeks made okay money. Now we're going to set up distribution. So we were renting stuff from others. No more of that. We're just going to send it into our own yeah, advertising's fine already. Okay, Mayor's Daughter 5.3, 5.2, decent script. Alright, we're going to try to start that right away. This is going to be the B team, right? This is our not quite as good cinematographer. In the other soundstage. Cheap film, so we're not doing these things. Producer, we'll just have to deal with Roy Spencer. This is not going to be the greatest movie in the world, and I think we'll have to deal with Louise Matthew. Hopeless Romantic will be Gutman is going to cause a problem. I'm not so sure I want to deal with his problem right now, though we might have to, because Russell Simon will probably have to be the criminal mastermind, and that doesn't leave us with any other actors. So yeah, Gutman's going to be the hopeless romantic, which means Wendy is going to be here, and Russell Simon will be here. Okay, a lot of things are going to bring down the quality of that script. But let's go to Mr. Gutman right now. Let's give him a watch. Try to improve his mood. And we'll go to Lydia. Try to improve her mood as well. And Jane Fisher as well. Sarah? Am I going to deal with Sarah? I don't know. I don't see me using Sarah in many movies, if ever. We'll just leave her unhappy. Peter Harris shot his neighbor's dog. Of course he did. He says the dog was barking all night and wouldn't let him sleep. Now the neighbor's wife is telling everyone that they live next to a maniac. Sooner or later the story is going to reach a journalist. What should we do? Well, I guess we're going to have to pay her off. So now we're down to 4,300 cash. Okay, engineering is done, which means we need an engineering department head, which will be, this guy probably. This guy has no ability to speed stuff up. He does. He's cheaper. Cheaper's better. Okay. It doesn't matter which one of these we take, they're both extremely long. I'm gonna go with this one. Actually, we're going to go to technology management, and we are going to start to upgrade the quality on the Doubler. Only do this one research at a time, because if you do say like this, it's going to take 720 days to do all of this. Whereas if you do it this way, in 300 days you'll have this technology. Then you can queue this up and you'll already have better quality. Granted, if you do it all at once, you do get a little bit of a time. So instead of 300, 600, 900, in 720 days you'll have all of this. So I guess there is something to be said about queuing it all up at once. It does shave off time. But I want to get that better quality sooner than later. Alright, the secret is suppressed. We no longer have to worry about that secret ever escaping. We are $800,000 richer. Okay, the marketing and outreach building is done. And the soundstage is done. Or is it? Right, we have mid-level legal protection. We're going to go straight to high-level legal protection. Alright, how did we do on weeks 4 through 8? We made a little bit of money. Not a ton. But we are going to extend it one more time. We expected that to happen because we are using the lower level people. We are going to wait on this. Okay, new publication. So we're waiting on planning, basically for this 3 days for line production office to be done. Okay, Genesis is ready. Wow, look at that. A big increase. Which is cool. We're gonna lose that big increase when our editors get done with it. Happiness of the cast and crew affected this. Alright, so Emma's the best we have. And Luis is the best we have. Didn't I already give him a watch? Luis is the best we have. We're gonna go with the Web Sign Company because it's better quality. It's faster. we're going to go with the better quality. Even here, I think we're going to go with better quality because this script has turned off so well so far. We want to retain as much of this as we can. All right, we have line production now. So next we're going to unlock the next level of soundstage. Now that we have line production, we can go to planning. Huh? What the devil? Oh. I haven't built the building yet. 35 days? Do I want to wait 35 days on that? Fighting the hypocrisy of American life. Interesting. Well, you keep doing your thing. Alright, I guess we're just gonna get these guys going. Not gonna have them wait on this building. That would be hold the phone. So Mayor's daughter, we need a script going in. Do we? Do we have someone to do the script going in? We have a couple of scripts already done. Hmm. We could try Rotten Fates. Okay, Alejandro's ready for Rotten Fates. We have a sound stage available. Because this is a good script and it's going to be using our A team, we're going to pump this up. Our best producer is not currently available. He's not going to be available for quite a while. Is there another producer we could afford for this type of quality work? We don't have a lot of options here. We have Homer Hale and Dewey Sanders. We're going to leave this in planning. We do not have the people for that right now. I'm going to go with a new story element every 6 months. Those story elements really do come important in the future. Ah, yes. Gutman's a short little weasel, and he doesn't like the fact that I'm going to make him wear some high heels. When you're really in love, size is the only thing that matters. Shoot it how it looks. Lowers the quality of the film. Well, a lot of things are going to lower the quality of this film. I don't want to piss him off. This is going to be a low quality film. It just is. Shoot it how it looks. Renting? Shouldn't have been renting anything. Alright, well, we're done. We made good profit on this film, so we should be happy. Head of security. Basically, Arthur Gernstein is now pissed off that we had a successful film. To spite you, he tried to lure Peter Harris over to the Gernstein brothers. Nobody knows what exactly he proposed, but the deal fell through, and Gernstein promised he'd get even with the actor. I wouldn't take that as an idle threat, and it could get a lot uglier than a bloody nose. Can you imagine what a jealous bastard he is? Let's quickly assign a strong guy from the security service to Peter Harris. Uh-huh. Alright. Alright, who's going to get this job? Lynch, you're up to bats. So, in my experience, don't lift protection off the guy. I've played it twice now where the first week goes by, nothing happens. Then the second week, I stop an assault. Then the third week, nothing happens. And the fourth week, nothing happens, luring me into lifting protection. And then the next thing you know, he's getting beat up. So just leave him protecting the dude forever and ever. Amen. Or at least until his contract is up with the studio. Okay, so Genesis went down a little bit, sadly. Is this... I don't know if this is our first movie where we are advertising. Gonna go something like that. Good question. What is this film even about? Okay, we have a love interest, antagonist, bandit, shootout, antagonist gets killed. Cowboy, adventure, action. I think this is more of an adult film because of the love interest going on. Or is it a whole family film? Well, it's cowboys and Indians. Or all cowboys and bad guys. It's not uncommon. Let's try for the whole family. Yes. Thank you for this view that I've never understood. Okay, Roy Spencer. Production on The Mayor's Daughter is about to wrap. There's just the last big kiss scene. Well, let's just hope for the best. Alright, one of my films is out of whatchamacallit. My free producer is at 3.6. That's not good enough for Rotten Fates. But it could be good enough for Steeljaw. Am I really going to use Harry? Harry's more of a filming on locations type person. So we're going to use sound stages for these. We're going to go on location for that. "16 days to go on location for a bank. 12 days for a soundstage." Right. What's the difference here? 6 days. We go cheap. This is a cheap movie. Especially if Harry's going to be the cinematographer. Alright, cheap movie it is. Vincent's fine. Do I want to tie up Anthony for this? Or should I get another... I mean, there's a couple of directors here that are pretty darn cheap. I could get you for 3 years. Without even offering you anything other than 5.5K. Alright. $4.9. You guys are almost too good for this film. Well, it might help to keep this from tanking too much. We shouldn't have worried about Sergio's hands. He didn't allow himself the slightest adventure. His behavior towards Wendy was the height of professionalism. Glad to hear it. Alright, now that the line production office is there, we can switch which is going to delay the thing a little bit, but you better make sure you switch immediately, because once you have that, the ability to do 8 hours, everyone's going to get pissed off if you don't do 8 hours. So once you have the 5-day, 8-hour thing, then that's what you do. And that's the last final trick to this game, is you can manage happiness by making sure you run the 5-day, 8-hour shifts. Alright, here comes the Los Angeles police chief. He wants me to make a film about cops. And we'll do that. Yeah, mayor's daughter's having a hard time. Happiness of the cast and crew went up. Quality of the film suffered. Emma and Luis. We're gonna go with the cheapest things and our own in-house studio to bring the costs down on the post-production phase. As you can see, The Mayor's Daughter is already a fairly cheap movie. Okay, here comes some of the new technology. Steeljaw is ready to move on. Yeah, we assumed that would happen. We had better actors and directors, but the rest were under. Okay, so here we adjust to 5 days, 8 hours. Assign some security to the project. And start production. It's going to take 164 days because we're doing it 5 8-hour days. It's going to take a long damn time. But you're just going to have to start getting used to the movies taking a long damn time in this phrase if you're going to keep your actors happy. And keeping your actors happy is how you get the best quality movies that you can. If you don't keep your actors happy, the quality of your movies always plummet. and your other actors will get unhappy being around unhappy actors, and everything just goes to hell, and there's no recovering from it. Right, now that I have medium landscaping, I'm probably going to get an event where somebody's going to tell me that our studio looks like shit and we should do something about it. Okay, technical support opens. Office for purchasing new filming and equipment and hiring technical staff. So that camera, for instance, that we just saw, we can't purchase it yet until we get unlock this. Okay, we're going up a little bit in this stage. But the big thing here is this was a very cheap movie. Lots of people leveling up. The mayor's daughter. So this is our first movie that we're going to be doing our own advertising for, I'm pretty sure. It's also a very cheap movie. It's a low quality movie. I am not going to rent out any other studios. Actually, I might rent a little bit. I'll rent about 2,000 on opening weekend. Otherwise, that's it. I tend to go with Ross and Ross Brothers because they're the cheapest. And they do billboards where people drive by and see it with cars. It seems to be a very generalized target demographic. Nobody in particular. The Mayor's Daughter. Scandal 1 of 1. You let the story take its course, but the public may not like it, or we can apologize, which will take a hit to our reputation. We're gonna apologize. Continue protection. Oh, we can build something. Send some props. We're gonna go with Luxta, obviously. Since we have to get to that 500,000. We're getting closer. I don't know if we're gonna pull it off. I've never been able to pull it off yet. Alright, Gabriel, yesterday my friend got drunk at a party and she asked me to help her get home. We dropped by her studio on the way and I must say... Alright, here we are. This is the one where I'm gonna find out that I need to... Yeah. I thought maybe we could improve the grounds a little. After all, the Gersteins are no better than us. This would be a big plus for you, and all the people at the studio would be happy. You're right, a little polish wouldn't hurt. I'll have everything in order within 4 months. Okay, so we're going to choose medium landscaping. Confirm. Now everyone spends their lunch breaks lying on the lawn, under the shady palm leaves, through the latest review, drinking champagne, yada yada yada. Uh-huh. Okay, having an issue with Steeljaw. It looks like we're behind progress on the filming. In the bank robbery scene, the extras don't look too scared. Their director tried his best, but he couldn't make them seem afraid of the robbers. Let one of the robbers pistol whip a hostage. Higher film quality. Decreases studio reputation. We can take a 3-point hit to our studio reputation, surely. Some thugs tried to beat up Peter Harris, but the security agents managed to protect him. Alright. The extra who got pistol whipped on set is demanding compensation for the injury. Use threats to keep him quiet. We have a secret. Assign one of our spare security people to deal with said secret. And look, he's level 1, he's level 3. They seem to have the exact same probability here. I'm gonna throw the level 3 guy on it anyway. I'm thinking of him as our fixer. Okay, Prohibition rally. Alright, here comes Genesis starring Peter Harris. B+, not bad. Very average, says Roy Cox. In this game, that means it's pretty good. Oh, did you see that? She maxed out at 5 stars. That's a bummer. I'm assuming Genesis is going to make us some pretty decent money. I'm hoping. We're already making profit on it. So once Genesis is finished in the showing, we can start working on Rotten Fates. Alright, we got something going on in Steeljaw. Peter Harris used to work as a fireman. Yes. The door. So, if I order a stronger door and spend money on this thing, he's gonna hurt himself kicking the stronger door. So this will slow us down, and then that will slow us down. So it's a double whammy if you pick this one. Lower the film's commercial appeal? Yeah, I don't want to lower the film's commercial appeal. The artistic appeal? I don't give a crap about. So what? This Sanato Dominus is actually a decent technology. So, of the two, it's the one we were more likely to buy. Alright, first 4 weeks, we managed to make money. Now we need to go back and set up distribution. Why is... Because of the mayor's daughter? We can't release it in our theaters because the mayor's daughter is taking up the... The theater space? Is that what's going on? Hmm. I'm not sure what to do here. No, I'm not renting anymore. Alright, well, we'll extend it out one more week through just our theaters, I guess. Can we shorten the advertising? No. Well, I kind of screwed this up a little bit. However, I learned something. And hopefully you guys learned what I just learned. You can't actually show two shows in your cinemas at the same time. Find this fortune teller and make her repudiate the prediction. Alright, the mayor's daughter. Go ahead and release the film. I thought only women and children cried at movies, but when I saw my princess on the big screen, I've got to admit, sir, I nearly burst into tears myself. Remarkable business you're in, isn't it? Never would have imagined. Okay, we're not going to do any of this stuff. Yep. 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 We might end up using his experienced lawyer later on down the road. A beautiful love story that will never be accepted by the general audience. A regrettable state of affairs which shows our society in the worst light. Alright, so Genesis is over. It somehow made a little bit of money on week 6, 7, and 8. It still made quite a bit of profit though. So we'll end the distribution. Okay, and now then we can go to Rotten Fates, throw Alejandro Flynn on it. Select a soundstage. This is our A team that's going to be on this, so Henry Lewis. Anthony Campbell is technically our A director. He's the weak point of the team, if you will. Hopeless Romantic. We have a problem in our situation, and that is that Miss Joan Sarver here is limited at 5 stars. Huh? Did he get beat up while I've been protecting him? Anyway, we have to hire talent that's worthy of this script. Romance, drama, thriller. Arthur Gray is can't speak here. He's the cheapest of the elite, and Charles Graham is next. Arthur Gray. It's 43. For one movie, you're essentially 46.6K. If we give you some temporary medical insurance, it saves us about 4K. We hire you for 2 movies at a time. It's cheaper, but quite an investment. And of course, if we hire you for 3 movies, $112K. Over the course of 3 movies, that's what? 30... 35-ish, 34-ish, 34K a movie. I think we got to do it. And we're going to have to do the same thing here with Charlie. Have some medical insurance. Arthur, you're the love interest. Rival is female. Oh, mother God. No! Oh, shnikes. Alright, so we got 2 elite actors. One's not going to be able to work in this movie. Alright, well, it was an investment for the future, evidently. Am I going to go with our girls that we already have? I'm thinking I'm going to. Because last I checked... there wasn't really any talented girls. There's this undisciplined girl, which I'm not going to go with her. Oh, there's these two here. 35 and 32, man, they're on the expensive side. Lazy and misogynistic, huh? I think we have to use our own girls. I am really upset about this. About Joanne being capped at 5. Okay, Joan's gonna go in there and latest gifts? What's this? 12 January 1930. Is there a you can only give gifts so often thing? Seems to have worked. Alright, Lydia Globe. I'm hoping she's going to turn into a superstar actress. But the only way she becomes a superstar actress is if, well, she actually acts in movies. And she's not going to go from a 3.0 to even a 5.0 over the course of one movie. To get from 3.0 to 5.0 is going to take several movies. And then, you know, to be able to get up into the 8 category, who knows if she's even capable of that. She might cap at like 5 as well, or 6. We don't know until it happens. I've never gotten Lydia to cap yet, so I have no idea how high she goes. But I would like to see her turn into a superstar actress. That would be cool. Alright, this is our team, I guess. The quality of acting is lower than the script. Director is lower than the script. The producer is... everybody's lower than the script. Not much we could do about that. I still have over 8 million after hiring those big actors. Well, that's good to know. Alright, So the mayor's daughter has made a little bit of profit. We'll extend its distribution like so. Not going to make that much more from the mayor's daughter, but it'll be a little bit more. Maybe $15,000, $20,000 more, possibly. Attempts repelled, 0. Attempts not repelled, 0. But yet I couldn't use him as an actor. What, is he just unavailable until the protection thing finishes? Oh, well, he's actually he's filming a movie right now. Alright, Rotten Fates. Ouch, that was a big drop. Security. What's going on with Steeljaw? Following tradition, the film crew threw a party in honor of shooting 100 reels of film. Some of the team was poisoned by low-quality alcohol they served, and they didn't come to work today. Wait until everyone is fully recovered. Arthur Gray was in an accident. He escaped with minor injuries, but he won't be able to work for some time. We've already filmed over half of the scenes with Arthur Gray, so we can't just replace him. Wait for him to recover. This is the problem with this game, is when you set things to 5 days, 8 hours, it takes absolutely forever for these movies to be filmed. And that allows this to happen. Pop-up after pop-up after pop-up after pop-up. And the pop-ups are never good. They're always bad. So if you assign like 5 days, 12 hours, you get it over fast enough and there's less chance of a pop-up. If you assign it 7 days, 16 hours, you get the movie over real fast, and there's last chance of a pop-up. But it's guaranteed you're going to piss the people off because they don't like working the 16-hour and 12-hour shifts. So you're guaranteed happiness loss. But with the 5-day, 8-hour thing, you get happiness loss through events like this. So the film crew's happiness will decrease by 20. When they say the film crew's happiness, do they mean the other actors? Or are they talking about the meaningless people behind the scenes that we don't see? I think we have to go this way. Alright, and then that was Rotten Fates, right? Which is Joanne Sarver. Okay, Joanne, we just pissed you off. So now, have a watch. You can't nurse your baby, but here's a watch to make up for it. Why is Steeljaw so damn expensive? Alright, the mayor's daughter has finished up. Yeah, we'll end distribution. Wait a second, I thought we had a finished script. Alright, we need to release a story about heroes in uniform. Sure. That would happen in American City. Heroes in uniform. Antagonist will be a serial killer. And the serial killer is going to be female. Sure. Protagonist obviously is going to be a cop. Supporting character is going to be the cop's partner. And the goal is to put the antagonist behind bars. Okay. And Felix, write that, please. Cash per month. Boy, Steel Jaws must really be behind. We're gonna have a hard time recouping our money off of this movie, I think. That's the other problem with these long shooting times, these 5 days, 8 hours, is the movies often end up going over budget. Get a couple more in stock. Let's get a few of these in stock. Evergreen movie producer Adam Pinkins has been sentenced to life in prison. He lured children and teenagers to his country house, drugged them, and raped them and strangled them, etc., etc. Yeah. Bad thing. Making Hollywood look bad. Okay. 20 some days. I'll be able to start investigating. Okay, if you want to read that, go ahead. Pause the screen, etc. Yeah, once I get the security services, I will be able to start investigating these 2 expensive actors I got. And maybe I can find some dirt on them that I can use to make them cheaper to employ in the future. Alright, let's pause things. I want to look at how is the Steeljaw staff doing. So Peter seems happy, Gabriel seems quite happy. Everyone except for the cinematographer. Why is Harry so... Wait, Harry? Aren't you my crappy cinematographer? You are. Here. Have some whiskey. Get over yourself. Well, at least it went... Wow. It went up in quality quite a bit. Well, that's a good thing, because that's a big budget to have to work with. Quality of film has increased. Studio's reputation dropped. Secret. Film's artistic appeal suffered. Happiness went up. Film stopped for 15 days. Okay, Emma, Luis. Go with that. That. $55,000 more dollars into this already pretty damn expensive. If I go like this, if I go here, I don't know. I think we hope quality will overcome. Gabriel, you're already happy, but yeah, take your break. I'm not gonna accomplish this Luxta thing. Never do. Not a bad script. Alright, who's available for this piece of work? Thomas Morrison. Alright, Thomas. Influence of film genres. $250. That one doesn't seem to change it much. $252. So extras really is but this lowers the days. How is that? Oh, I'm looking at this and this. This plus this equals this. Okay, so 314, 307, 304 compared to 317. Alright, we'll just go with it. Roy Spencer is our option for this movie, is it? Well, that sucks. Roy is I'll go with the group we have available. Serial killer is a girl, if I remember right. Jane? You're going to be a serial killer. 2.9. Okay, Russell. You can play in this. Okay. All of our guys are on the lower end of the spectrum. Is there a way I can go back to... Yes. We're going to use Harry. We're purposely going with 1 star there. We're being as cheap as possible. We're not moving any of these up. Honestly, Luis, you're gonna get to do this. Okay, Gutman, Simmons, and Jane. That is the team. Of the team. Have some whiskey and chill out. Jane, I just put you in a movie. Why is this pop-up happening when you've just been put into a movie? I mean, I would love to give you the time off, but you would essentially be delaying the entire movie 2 months. Jane Fisher went to jail? And pre-production halted? She went to jail. She just said that she had a problem with her vertebrae and she needed health issues. This game is... Okay, select a replacement and reshoot. Sarah, congratulations, you get to star in a movie. Alright, now that we have that unlocked... Ooh, what's this? Something to build. Security services. Start construction. Sure, take a break, Felix. Imagine that. Alright, so since I've got the quality improvement that I really wanted, these next two I'm not so concerned about as much. So I'm gonna do them as a package to try to shave off some time at getting it done. Here on Bates. Happiness of the cast and crew went up. Good. Nope. Looks like we're in a little bit of a delay. Thanks about work. Yeah, fine. Take a break. Security. Okay, well we have that. We'll spend some influence. So now we're up to a 50% chance of winning. Now we're going to go talk to our friend, the mayor. We're going to acquire his fancy lawyer. Okay, and surveillance. Organized surveillance. I wish to surveil this man right here. And we will use Burgess here. Okay, Steeljaw is ready. Ooh, didn't want to see it go down that far. That one. Is there any romance involved in this? No? It's too bad. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, there's one thing I don't get. Back home in Ireland, everyone was consistently telling me how to live. First, my fucking pa, then the teacher, then the pasture, then the law. First chance I got, I dumped the slums for America. Land of freedom. Sounded like a nice change. But before I even had a chance to look around, get on my feet, and start earning my bread, your fucked up government banned drinking. What the fuck, right? Back in Ireland, every motherfucker I met made it their sworn duty to decide what I could and couldn't do. But even then, never tried that shit. The right to drink is sacred. That's what freedom is, as people have apparently forgot, right? Well, let's remind them. Everybody here loves movies, and they want to live like the people they see in the movies, right? Then let's show them a normal man who likes to have a glass or two of rye after work. And in the film, everything is fine with him. He's respected at home, he's got a beautiful car. This would be a good business for you and a good business for me. And to keep it nice and fair, let's say on the day of the premiere, I'll pay you $300,000 as a goodwill gesture. And sure, I know how to take care of my friends. I hear your industry is pretty fucked up. Maybe there's a fucking snitch that needs to get shut up, or maybe you need someone to sniff out some dirt. I can help with all that. Well, sounds like we'll be releasing a film within 2 years. You're clearly a businessman, not like those other fucking idiots. Alright, Rotten Fates needs to be planned. Emma Berry, Louise Murphy. Rotten Fates is one of our really good movies, so we're throwing the bank at it. Hey, Gabriel's back from vacation. Very good. Chances of winning 75%. Luxta Construction versus J. Johnson Films. Finish preparation. Court decision. We prevailed. The plaintiff's claims were rejected. Production support opens production support to make shooting on location more comfortable. Double EXT for directors, actors, and cinematographers. Auxiliary film crew. Alright, Jane's back from jail or vacation, whichever one it was. So this is a curse and a blessing at the same time. When you start doing 6 story elements in the movie, it starts making the movie more expensive. And when the movie starts getting bloated and more expensive, you start losing money. Alright, faster writers. And speaking of writers, the man is back. So now it's time to throw together a good movie about drinking. Cheers. It's a comedy. It's a rom-com with action. It's an action-packed comedy romance. And it's happening in a modern, small American town where everybody knows your name. The protagonist is a working man? The antagonist is an evil witch. There's, of course, a love interest. Are we going to have the female actors for this? Hopefully we do. It's about freedom and alcohol. And the finale is going to sweethearts stay together. Sounds like a very action-packed movie to me. Definitely lots of beer bottles being tossed at an evil witch. Okay, Felixo. Surveillance unsuccessful. Target lost. Continue. I want dirt on that man. Well, we didn't make any money this year either. No taxes to have to be paid. Box office success. I don't see any of our films there. Critical acclaim. I don't see any of our films there. Fan favorites. Guess what? I don't see any of our films there. They're way behind schedule on this movie. Filming will stop for 10 days as we search for the damn cat. Here, kitty, 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 kitty. Alright, Rotten Fates. Good things. Sadly, wasn't exactly the results I was hoping for. Alright, Rotten Fates needs to be extended. So if we extend Steeljaw another... that would be 8. That would be 12. So right about here. What's up with that? Rotten Fates is primarily like a strange woman movie. Any of these things appeal to women? Am I even right about my thought that I should appeal to women on this? Romance, drama. Star-crossed lovers. Yeah, this is a female flick. Do I want to do both of these? Or just the one? Let's go with just the one. What's going on with Blue Bloods now? One of the extras accused Russell Simmons of rape? She says she's going to the police? Really, Russell? You're a supporting character. Just keep filming. Change your lead actor and reshoot all his scenes. Tell her to keep her mouth shut. I'm gonna tell her to keep her mouth shut. Anthony Campbell is back from vacation. Steel Jaws is releasing. A bee. Wow. We've got $1 million budget on this film? I don't know. I don't know as if we make that money back. If we do, I'll be amazed. Don't feel good about it. Only halfway there. Alright, Richard Stripes. I'd like to begin our acquaintance with a confession. I cheated on my first law exam. Yes, I graduated first in my class from the university, but I'm not one to pack my office with books just to look clever. I know them all by heart anyway, so why do you think, back then, at my very first exam I would cheat? Come to think of it, it's very American, isn't it? Our democracy is built on lies and blood. There is no other way. I'm sure you yourself have a similar story. A businessman can account for every million except the first one, right? But you and I had the strength to grow above ourselves. The same can't be said about many of our officials, and the mayor is no exception. Carpenter embodies everything that America needs to give up. Theft, fraud, mafia connections. I'm sure all of us, especially people like you, would much rather build a fair system, where the rules are transparent and apply equally to everyone, so the security of your business doesn't rely on person's mood. Imagine a film which shows the audience that we're ruled by corrupt officials who are always getting away with it. It could be just the beginning we need. Do you know why I cheated that time? The night before the exam, my future wife and I went to the cinema. The first time for both of us. They used to call me Stoneface when I was a kid. In our family, people didn't show their feelings. But that night, it took a cheap, silent movie 20 minutes to teach me what love is. I hope your film will expose America's shame just as clearly. Sure. Corrupt official. Sure, Lewis, have a month to rest. And Blue Bloods is wrapped up. Once again, it looks like shooting took too much time. Just gonna put us over costs. Happiness of cast and crew. Filming stopped for 10 days. Surface loyalty and studio increased. This is supposed to be a cheap movie. Steeljaw, after its first 4 weeks, is not turning a profit. And it looks like Steeljaw is going to be competing with Feelings in a Bottle here. We're not using a good soundstage on this film. None of that. No producer available. Who is next up to bats? Rotten Fates. Steeljaws. So Vincent Brooks is next up. I think we can wait 22 days for Steeljaws to wrap up. Do not misunderstand me, I love America. Day commented on the situation to the Los Angeles Tribune. I love American movies. I've watched a lot of westerns, and it's true. You can't have a good western without murder. They kill robbers, horse rustlers, even the leader of the Redskins, but you can't do such shameful things to young girls, even in the temple of the Lord. Well, Steeljaw is going to end up a failure. I don't know how it got so damn expensive. Well, I do actually. It's this building and the 5-day, 8-hour freaking film schedules. Alright, cheers. Gerald Fisher. Right. This is at least going to be a cheap film. As long as it gets filmed quickly without any problems, we should make money. My half-sister died just before she passed. She asked me to take care of her 2 young daughters. Of course I couldn't refuse. I'll find them a nanny later, but right now the girl needs family. Can you put me on vacation for the next 2 months? Sure. Hold on a second. Did I just screw up? I think I just screwed up majorly once again. I did. Can I adjust this? Steel Jaw is what I was thinking of. Steel Jaw is the one that just finished. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to extend Rotten Fate's run because I just put Blue Bloods and they're going to be using the same theaters. I need to fix this. How do I fix it? Steeljaw, the one we just lost money on, I thought was this one. So Rotten Fates is one that will actually probably make me money. But it can't because Blue Bloods just screwed it up. Well, it'll make me money, but it could have made me more money than... It's only going to be able to run for 4 weeks. I screwed this up majorly. It's not working. Well, flock. What? No, I would not agree. You're gonna keep your $10 a month and you're gonna like it. Can you believe he would ask more than $10 a month? Guy's a nut job. Cheers is ready. So Rotten Fates now has 4 weeks to not only So Rotten Fates, this is terrible. I had too many movies boxed up releasing at the same time. Now Rotten Fates has 4 weeks to recoup the money invested into it. Well, that's a good sign. It might make some money. The actor poured some alcohol into the trash can, filled with paper, accidentally started a fire, which spread across the whole hotel room. No one was injured, luckily, but now David Goodman has paid $3,000 in damages. He's asking you to help him pay the debt. $3,000 is a fair amount of my change. He can pay it. I don't need his loyalty all that much. Alright. Scripts. The Corrupt King. Sure, we'll throw a historical tag on this one. Looks good. And it's happening in a fantasy kingdom. The antagonist is an evil sorceress. And the daring adventurer. Or a knight. Let's go with a knight. Supporting characters. The damsel in distress. Wait, the evil sorceress is male? Do I have the female characters that are available right now? What kind of sorceress is male? I guess it's an evil witch then. Do I have room for 2 female characters? I hope so. Alright, and oh, it's corrupt official. The corrupt king, right. Yeah. So it has to be a male in order to be a king. Okay. Why not? A jousting tournament makes sense for a knight in a fantasy kingdom. And the finale would be obviously the evil king gets killed. The corrupt king is killed by Sir Lancelot. Alright, luckily Rotten Fates has made its money back. And a little bit more. And that's all it's going to be able to make, because I put Blue Bloods at the wrong spot on the schedule. Yeah, there's nothing I can do here, is there? Well, it made some money. Why did I spend so much on that stage? I literally went with the cheapest options, didn't I? Fix the script to explain his sickly appearance. Sure, have your vacation. Okay, lawyer is expired. What is this that I haven't Okay, we've got technical support, we've got sets, we've got studio. Should be nearly free. Low. And studio once again should be free. Okay, so we should have minimal cost additions here. To Cheers, which is already fairly cheap. Blue Bloods isn't going to make its money back. The movie that was making money got ended early for a movie that's not going to make its money back. What a snafu. Absolute blunder. what's this? Technical support. Cigars. Alright, I think we have enough gifts to give to people. Let's get some medical coverage. Alright. Whoops. Six of these cigars will do. Alright, here we go, the Crep King. Feels like a Thomas Morrison type job. Soundstage. Do we use our good soundstage? No. This is going to be a cheaper film. Cheap film, none of that. Really, our best producer is the only producer we have right now. Now we should have a producer. Let's go with Lewis. Knight. Who's gonna play in this lower budget flick? Corrupt Official? How about Gabriel? Damsel in Distress. Jane. What are we negotiating? Contract extension. You want 19,000 to extend your contract for one film. I have a feeling I could get you for 3 years for 19,000. No. Hmm. $65 days left, 123 days left. Well, I guess it's gonna be Sarah. Who's the knight gonna be? Russell? I really don't want to use this caliber on this script. Russell it's gonna be. Why is Peter Harris never available in any of these movies? I've been protecting his ass forever now. Technologies. No, I need to click the buy button. Okay, so if you notice here, Doppler's quality is a 3 if it's enhanced. Then its practicality goes down, and its economy is crap. If you compare that to Doppler, right now, quality is the exact same, right? Economy is cheaper, technically, but when I fully research this, it'll be more practical and more economic with the same quality unless I was to research this to get the more quality. I prefer Doppler at this stage of the game. However, sound, I do prefer this sound. It's just straight up better. Alright. Release a film with the story element, alcohol, the spirit of freedom. I thought I did that. That's Cheers. Oh yeah, well Cheers hasn't actually been released yet. It's about to be. So that's done, and the Corrupt King is right there. So we can make something for ourselves. So how about something good for these good actors we have? A quality script. Wild Wild West. that'll be an Wild Wild West is like everything. It's got a bit of comedy, got a bit of drama, it's got a bit of romance, got a bit of detective, detective action adventure comedy. And it's going to happen in the Wild West. We're going to have a cowboy or detective? I mean, more. It's a cowboy detective. I mean, all right, we'll go detective. And we got to have the sidekick, Artemis Gordon. We must be stopping a criminal mastermind. What event is going to happen? Bank robbery. The criminal mastermind is planning to rob the U.S. Reserve. And James and Artemis have caught on to the fact that the criminal mastermind is going to attempt to steal all the gold from Fort Knox. And the finale is going to be do we arrest or do we kill the criminal mastermind? Obviously, we arrest him. That way, the criminal mastermind can escape and come back in a later episode where we have to catch him again. Alright. And the screenwriter for this is going to be Felix Hell. Ooh. Ooh. Security. Yes. Just as I promised, 300,000 for the release of the movie. Nice doing business with you, Ryan. Excellent. A C+ for Cheers. Why did that stage cost so much? Theater rentals. Okay. Come on, Cheers. You were a cheap movie made about drinking. Okay, we have the repair car, which probably means we can start repairing buildings now. Alright, power plant. Yes. Alright, I'm curious about something. We keep protecting, and he's not even showing up here. Is he in the employee center? He is. I don't think he's even employed by us anymore. And we're still protecting him. You know what? Cancel protection. Let him die, or whatever is happening. He doesn't work for us anymore. I don't know. Are we going to make our money back on Cheers? I mean, we got to be doing better than making our money back. We need to be making a clear profit. Sure, let's discuss it. Self-importance, huh? You think you're important. Three years. What would that equal without giving you anything? 33K? It's not terrible. Let's add in medical insurance. Gifts and services can comprise up to 70%. Have some whiskey. That's lowered it down to 21.2K for 3 years. Alright. Right? We've almost broken even on Cheers. Well, we've pretty much broken even on Cheers. Now it's just a matter of making a paltry $1 of profit. We really messed up those releases earlier. We had a clear moneymaker that we totally screwed up. Russell Simmons can hardly move in his armor. He can't raise his heavy metal sword. This is because the director insisted on realistic knight props, but didn't take care to properly train the actor. %40 slower for 20 days, or filming will stop for 7 days. Make him a light sword and armor out of something light. Okay, Wild Wild West. I think we're going to put the A squad on this one. Alejandro Flynn with the advanced soundstage. Okay, on this unimportant stuff, we're going to go 1 star. On these more important things, we're going 2 stars. Okay, sound technology, we're using our new Sonotone Dominus. And all the things. our best producer, our best director is I mean Fisher is not that far below him. All right, who is who? Arthur Gray looks more like he would be a James West. And Charlie Graham, he resembles more of a Artemis Gordon. Okay, Criminal Mastermind. We don't have enough time for David Gutman's contract here. We're gonna have to find somebody around 6-ish. That's cheap. Here's a 5-ish that looks pretty cheap. It might be him. Although he screams the look of a criminal mastermind. Yeah, I think the game wants me to pick him. Milton Parsons. Here, have some medical insurance and 63. Oh, watch. New actor for 3 years. Okay, we're breaking the paradigm a little bit. The criminal mastermind is younger than our heroes. You've been planning to quit because you don't get paid enough. You again, huh? Fine. Have your $110. Alright, Cheers, after 8 weeks, has made $11,000 in profit. End the distribution. Profitable film. Just barely. This is, however, probably a good time to wrap up this probably long episode of yeah, it's a little bit on the longer side. Alright, so this has been first, second, third, and fourth look of Hollywood Animal. Hopefully, if you bothered to watch this, you have some idea how to play this game and make it somewhere without going instantaneously broke. Granted, I haven't exactly been steamrolling and raking in a lot of money at this point in time, but I am still got my head well above water. So I think I've demonstrated what you need to do. You could probably take what I've demonstrated and fine-tune it and do it better yourself, but I've at least gotten the basics of, make sure you're paying your people as little as possible, make sure you're keeping your actors happy, make sure you're assigning the 5-day 8-hour work week in the whatchamacallit, make sure you're rushing to get gifts and you're giving gifts out to the actors to make them nice and happy so that it brings up the quality of the movies. Those are pretty much ultimately the tricks that get you through this game. Otherwise, it's just a big learning experience more than anything. Anyway, I'm James Johnson, aka Softwareblade. This is my content. Hopefully you're enjoying it. If so, please smash that like button, consider subscribing, and until the next time, all, peace.